Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Very last minute impromptu stream, so thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing very well indeed and having a good weekend so far. Welcome, Justin. Ian, good to see you as well. Are you flying along, buddy? Maybe it's a bit too last minute, too late for you guys in Australia, perhaps. Jay, good morning to you as well. Caleb, good to see you today. We are here at Windhoek in the beautiful nation of Namibia. An amazing freeware scenery, which I had a little look at on my Africa Showcase video a few weeks ago, so really worth checking that out. One of around 10 or so different airports that we showcased and flew the flag for. And we're off to St. Helena today, one of the most remote, most challenging airport approaches in the world, with zero margin for error. And the nearest diversion option, a 3-hour flight back. So we've filled the tanks up, loaded our aircraft carefully. Boarding's already completed. Chris, welcome. Liam, good to see you. Good morning. Polder Pilot, welcome. Good afternoon. Zotto, hello, buddy. Yeah, we've loaded her up, and we're going to strap in and hopefully survive the journey. We're in the iFly 737 MAX 8 today, powered by the Leap 1B engines. And flying out Osprey Airways service, as always, flying the flag for the channel's virtual airline as well. What have we got here? New Skies fired up, ready to go. Massive thank you to VRAAS Sub-Sahara Africa. The team have already, bearing in mind we didn't announce this or anything, but they've turned up and given us air traffic control here from Windhoek, so that's very exciting. What are we, 118.1 for our tower frequency. No idea what runway we're going to get. I'm planning for runway 24, which is a 6-knot tailwind. We've got over 4 kilometers of runway length today. What was it? 1181. Let's get our clearance. Click. Hey again, puppy. Welcome. Matthew, thank you, matey. Appreciate the sudden air traffic control coverage. Very exciting. Justin, no, I didn't work out what the problems are. I haven't had a chance to test them more, though, to be fair, but I've got a bit of a nicer Boeing profile. Let's get our clearance and see what we're going to expect today. We've got a QNH of 1025. Windhoek Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165, 737 MAX 8, stand 2, QNH 1025, request clearance to St. Helena, please.
Osprey 165, Windhoek Tower, hello, no information, duck clear to Windhoek, runway after departure, runway 08, maintain runway track non-standard, climb initially to flight level 100, passing 6,500 feet, contact the Windhoek approach on 120.5 to squawk 0625.
Clear to St. Helena, runway 08, after departure maintain runway track, climb initially, flight level 100, passing 6,500 feet, contact approach 120.5 and squawk 0625, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, report correct, report for startup.
Just like a clearance in Cape Town, love it. 0625, click, 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 click. That's all good. Right, so let's chat about the planning and the data today. I've just been monitoring all of this to make sure that's working well.
Good day, Windhoek Tower.
Right.
Mike,
what have we got? Here we go. Performance payload. Right, so weight and balance, 132 passengers out of a total of potentially 178, I think. So we can't fully load this thing up. We've got a little bit of cargo, about 3,674 kilograms. And fuel load today is the significant piece. It's 17,101 out of a total of 20,727 available. So we're nearly full tanks. Very exciting. But you can see therefore our takeoff weights 77526, maximum of 82190. So we are heavy, heavy, heavy.
A4 Mike, read correct, report for startup.
Landing weights, what are we looking at? Estimated landing weight, we are going to be about 200 kilograms above the maximum land. yeah, about 200 kilos above, below the maximum landing weight, which is a bit fine. So we're going to have to be really careful with our weights here, and that's because, again, you've got to carry enough fuel for the diversion. So I'm just going to show you this real quick.
Runway 08, maintain runway track non-standard.
Let's get the departures on.
Passing
08.
departure frequency is 120.5. The squawk is 6.
Right, 076 degrees.
Clear via runway 8, non-standard departure.
076 is going to be heading mode for the departure, and that's given us a nice 6 knot headwind. Just tally that up. Right, so you can see how remote that is in the middle of the Atlantic. So we're going to fly beautifully across Namibia, north of Walvis Bay, and then a bit oceanic into St Helena, which is a tiny little British island territory in the South Atlantic, exceptionally remote, very difficult to get into and out of, and our nearest diversion is all the way over here in Luanda, FNLU. So look how far we've got to fly back to survive. For a point of reference, you can see here South America, and Ascension Island is somewhere here. There we go, there's Ascension Island. So you can see just how remote this is. But let's give it a go. So let's go back into performance calculators.
We are requesting our participants to Helena, please.
Osprey 1 to Mike. Guess Windhoek Tower hello. You're clear to find Helena. Runway 08. Maintain runway
152, 153,
initially flight level 100. Departure frequencies
53,
120.5. Squawk 3300.
152. 153 and 156.
Maintain runway track, non-standard. Climb initially 100.
Okay.
Frequencies 120.5. Squawking 3300.
Need to turn all the pumps on.
Be back correct report for startup.
Roger, Osprey 21 Alpha Mike.
That's all looking pretty good. That's all set. APU gen. Wi-Fi and cabin utilities need to come on. It's been a while since I've been in this, so I'm just reminding myself of all of the little things in the jet that I've got to remember. Right, menu, system, ground support, electricals, disconnect. Mr. Jeffrey, welcome. Peter, good to see you, mate. Justin, yeah, hopefully we get that sorted out. That's good, that's set, 08 set, takeoff page is all set, ready to go, legs, after departures 1205, on 205, 0625, that's set. Okie dokie, I think we're ready. Canadian Flight Sim, I didn't, to be fair, no. Oh, amazing, centre's online as well, that's epic.
Good afternoon, Hotel of Bravo Papa India on left base runway.
Oh, amazing, there's some VFR traffic coming in.
Hotel Alpha Bravo, location Papa Oscar, Windhoek Tower, hello.
So yeah, 4,569 metres of runway length today, 076 degrees for the runway heading. We are 5,600 feet above mean sea level as well. Tricky. Basically hot and high today. 1025, 1025, 166, 166. Tower Osprey 165, request engine start.
Osprey 165, startup approved, KNH 1025.
Startup approved 1025, Osprey 165. Oh yeah, PAX.
Windhoek Tower, upgrade for Mike, ready to start them up.
It's exciting.
Osprey 849, thank you very much. Start prepare for H1025.
81025, proof for startup, Osprey 84.
Get rid of the music.
Hotel
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike, ready for
Oscar,
startup.
confirm full stop at Windhoek.
2 station.
I confirm
Hope he gets out of the way.
entering. Do you confirm you want full stop in Windhoek?
Tower, Hotel for Bravo India and other stations standby, please. Say again.
And 2, there goes the fuel.
Tower,
I have no idea what that was.
Bravo India, say again, please.
Hotel Alpha Bravo Papa Oscar, do you want full stop in Windhoek?
Not sure this guy knows what full stop is.
You need to stop the engines to request ground services.
I know I do.
And Tower Osprey 21 Alpha Mike is ready for engine start.
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike, start prepare for H1025.
Start
Where's the-
approved.
Oh, he's gone. Good. I thought I'd just quickly click GSX to make it kick it all in. That's all set. Good. Level. What is going on? We've completely filled up Windhoek. Never seen so many aeroplanes before. And that is how the A320 was made.
Love Windhoek.
Love this freeway scenery, it's genuinely superb. Why is my back door open? Negative Ghost Rider. You should definitely try and buzz the tower. That's it, Techie, yeah. Napoleon was imprisoned on the island of St. Helena. It's its claim to fame.
Hotel Alpha Bravo Papa Oscar.
Did you guys see that as well? Engine failure, engine 1.
Runway
Keep an
08.
eye. Doors aircon. Seems to have cleared itself.
What?
I don't seem to be able to close the doors either, so whatever GSX is doing, it seems to be
You need to stop the engines to request ground services.
blocking my ability to... Let's do a quick forced restart.
You
On the
need
co-
to stop the engines to request ground services.
What the chuff? The hell the... That's disconnected. Maybe I'll reconnect it. Disconnect it. Ground support. I love it when these things happen.
Osprey 2472.
Let's see what happens now. There you go, forward closed. If in doubt, take the brakes off. Right, how do we get outside just to double check this thing? Well, they look pretty closed, don't they? Yeah. But while we're here, I think I'll set flat 5. Do some control surface checks as well. Looks like my doors are all closed. Jolly good. Quick little warning recall, and I'll just press a recall check of that as well. We want heading select VNAV. Order thrusters active. I've got the mag switch connected today. And Osprey 165 request taxi. Rob, welcome, Badger. Good to see you, mate.
Osprey 165, taxi Bravo, Holter Bravo, expect backtrack.
Taxi Bravo, Hotshot Bravo, expect backtrack, Osprey 165.
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike is also ready for taxi.
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike, taxi Bravo, Holter Mike for runway 08, do you require full length?
Affirm, you will require full length, Osprey 21 Alpha Mike.
Roger.
And Windhoek Tower, Osprey 4 Mike, ready for taxi.
Here we
Osprey
go.
for a...
Taxi lights are on.
Right. Yeah, give way to the, on the company 320 Neo on your right, and then taxi Bravo, Holter Bravo for runway 08.
Alright, taxi 320 Neo, taxi Bravo, Bravo 8 for Osprey 4 Mike.
I was going to go to the wrong runway then. It begins. I was going to turn right. It's good job I noticed that at the last second. Crikey. Right, everyone say goodbye to Windhoek. It's a stunning airport. Really is quite superb. Here we go. Look at this. Yeah, this freeware is available on flightsim.to. It's really worth checking out. If you haven't explored much of Africa, then please do. You can explore a lot of really beautiful airports like this without spending a penny. And on VRAAS, you've got some superb air traffic controllers with the VRAAS Sub-Saharan Africa team as well. And as a little reminder again, to check out my Africa feature video that we did it was about 2 weeks ago now, wasn't it? Really enjoyed making that. It was basically a celebration of how good all of this is.
Hey, Hotel, Osprey 2472, ready
That's,
to join the Conquer line.
Weather.
Osprey 2472, thank you very much. Give way to the Osprey 737-800 on your right to left, and then
Whack
follow
that
the
on,
Congo
drop
line
that.
to Bravo, Holter 08, expect a backtrack.
Follow
break
down to
RTO.
Bravo, expect backtrack on runway 08, Osprey 2472.
Oh, I feel like I've forgotten things in this. That's all on auto.
Osprey 165, enter backtrack for runway 08, prepare for departure.
Enter backtrack 08, report ready. Osprey 165.
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike, gear number 2 for departure.
Look at this scenery, it's
Number two,
just
Osprey,
stunning. I
21
can't wait
Mike.
to take off from here as well, actually. Have a little look out the windows. Badger's flying around Japan, very nice. David, good afternoon to you. Right, taxi lights off, runway turn off lights on, strobe steady. How much stuttering, Mike? There's a little bit of stuttering going on. Not major. Okay, transponders on. Landing lights, runway turn off lights, POS lights. Oh, that's the one. Attendance call. These runway textures. So if it's maintain runway track after departure. It's been a while since we've been in the iFly 737 MAX 8 as well, I think.
Osprey 2-1 Alpha Mike, you went over the holding line, but no worries.
Desperately hoping that we've got
position.
toga switches and things.
We were not aware. We were actually behind, but yeah, sorry about that. If we did roll over, we'll hold position here. Osprey going up.
A little bit of backtrack round here. It's 10 knot crosswind now.
Worries.
There's the wind sock. I found performance a little better on Sim Update 5, to be fair. Oh, you know what? I've almost forgot VRAAS. Let's get it fired up quick.
Austrian name for question iFly from Helena, Boeing 777 200 yard information off on board.
Osprey 904,
Runway awareness.
with our tower
Okay.
clear to Windhoek. After departure, runway 08, maintain runway track non-standard.
Oh, I did start new sky here.
Flight of 100, past the departure
It says,
frequencies
I've checked 4
around
times now.
5. This clock
So when I click off the
3334.
sim, you can see that it's like a bit stuttery. That's frame generation kicking off.
Approaching 08.
That shouldn't be 1000, that should be 5600 still. That keeps resetting itself on the iFly, it's very frustrating. Because if we divert back for whatever reason, we need the pressurization system to be set correctly for this altitude here.
Correct, report for startup.
Here we go.
On runway 08.
And Osprey 165's ready for departure, 08.
Osprey 165.
Stick into wind.
Runway 0.5 for like surface 134 degrees 10 knots. Clear for takeoff. Have a good day, Luke. Bye bye.
08, clear for takeoff. Thanks very much to the ATC.
Osprey 21 Alpha Mike behind the Osprey Max 8.
Toga.
Departing. Runway 08 center backtrack behind.
Behind the departing company.
Here we go.
Max. We will backtrack runway 08 behind Osprey 21 Alpha Mike.
Speed's alive. So it's going to take us a lot. We're going to use a lot of runway here today because we are hot and high. So we're demanding a lot more from the engines, and we are heavy for the 737 MAX 8. Let's gently neutralise that stick, but I'm keeping the aileron in for the crosswind. Christ. Come on now. Running out of runway. You can do it. B1. Roads 8.
B1.
Gently up. Crikey. Positive rate, gear up. Oof. Oh, it doesn't like that, does it? Let's go back into that view. The iFly does not like chase plane. Okay, so heading select is active, that's all good. 6,500, contact approach 1205. CMDA engaged, airplane's got it. Heading select VNAV speed. Windhoek approach, good afternoon, Osprey 165's through 6,500.
Osprey 165, approach good afternoon to you, climb by level 200, fly direct to Verdi.
Good afternoon, climb level 200, direct Verdi, Osprey 165. Ah, Christ. Bedgery. No enough. Flaps up. I'm actually going to ask it to maintain 225 for now, just because that way we can kind of try and keep maximum rate of turn as well. Look at this landscape, team. Look how great that looks. Look at that.
Osprey 165, fly direct, Netog, November, Echo Tango, Oscar Golf.
Direct Netog, Osprey 165. Okay, back onto managed speed, flaps up, that's all good. What brake? Off. Runway turn off lights off, engine starts, mode switches off. Now let's just turn the landing lights off as well now. Seatbelt signs go automatic. We'll keep this turning. Level 200, and we're through 10,000 standard pressure. Away we go. And what we got? 1247 Windhoek radar next. So we'll just note that down, ready to go. Yeah, it does not want to climb, does it? We are mega heavy, and
departure, good afternoon, Osprey 21 Alpha Mike, 7,500.
ground power, the switch was down. Shouldn't be. That? No, that's neutral. Is that what you mean?
Departure, good afternoon to you, climb flight level 200, fly direct to Netog.
Roger, climb to 2 flight level
I mean, even now,
20,
like, it doesn't
and
really
direct
want to
Netog,
climb. Look how much
Osprey
fuel we've got in the
11.
centre tank. It's like nearly 9 tons. We're really heavy. I forgot to turn fuel flow reset rate as well. I always forget that in this when I've been in the Airbus. Let's go to 1247 next for the pre-tune. Set. So you can fly to St Helena from, you could mirror the Airlink service, which goes out of, I think, Cape Town or Johannesburg via Walvis Bay, which is going to be out there towards the coast in the centre of the screen, kind of in that direction. Historically, they used to stop here at Windhoek, but they had to limit the passenger loads far too much for it to be commercially viable effectively, so they've ended up moving it to Walvis Bay instead, which we won't see, but there's two fantastic bits of freeware available for both Windhoek, as we saw, and Walvis Bay. So really worth checking them out. If you wanted to replicate these, there's some freeware for St Helena as well from Kyung.com, I think. Chung.com.
Osprey 165, contact Windhoek radar on frequency 124.7. Enjoy your flight. See ya.
Contact Windhoek radar 1247. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good afternoon, Osprey 165. Bye. Make sure that's centered. And we're just gonna turn the collar down to 10. Windhoek radar, good afternoon, Osprey 165's inbound Netog level 140, climbing 200.
Osprey 165, Windhoek radar, climb flight level 340.
Climb level 340, Osprey 165. Feels very weird flying with the Moser flight stick, which is kind of like on my left here as I sit, but we're in a Yoki Boeing today. It's very odd, but it is what it is. 340, that's all set. Cool. Where we go. How long's the flight? It's about 3.5 hours, I believe. We've got a little bit of time over the terrain here, beautiful Namibia. Look at that. Before we then head over the South Atlantic. Very hostile environment.
Flight level 300, thank you, 1 on the lake.
Chase plane definitely seems a little unhappy with the iFly stuttering and loading things. This is Parallel 42 Flow Pro chase plane sneak button. Look at that terrain. Ah, Justin, well done. It does not like that external view whatsoever. I can see my Moser flight stick with the force feedback moving around slightly when it stutters. Oh, that's got to go to standard as well. The Game Puppy, yeah, so I've actually asked, is it TTX Sim or something like that they're called? I've asked them if I could take a look for the purposes of a review. Yet to respond to me, however. But I would be keen to take a look and share my thoughts with you all, whether it be good or not. It's always hard to tell. Yeah, it's like Try Sim GFX, isn't it, or something like that. Apparently it's quite cool. And minimal degradation of performance. Not sure how minimal though. Yeah, it's not so good for flying. I mean, if you can set up your own manual custom views anyway. So if you like to fly with like a wing view like this, you can either set it up manually or you can set it really easily in chase plane. But yeah, it's more for like cinematics, movie making, that kind of thing. That's where it's really good. Cool, let's take a look at ElevateX for today. See how everyone's getting on out of the field. So, there's us, about to hit Netog. We've got Zato behind us in the A321neo. Jay behind him. I'll spray it for Mike. Oh, there's me taking off. It's such a great little freeware airport, this. We got MPS game in there as well. Ready to go in the 737-800. A good little fly along today. Bearing in mind we only announced the stream about an hour before we actually did it. There's Walvis Bay here. The airfield is this, which I think was somebody saying was Walvis Bay created as a backup for the space shuttle as like an emergency landing field in Africa, I think somebody was saying. It's mega rural. If I zoom out, look, it's just desert, desert, desert. Then you got the little kind of city of Walvis Bay there. Aphrodite Beach and Dolphin Beach. And look at that for desert. So you imagine flying out of Walvis Bay heading south towards Cape Town, and you plan your flight down the coastline, bringing you in over Springbok and Bradenburg and stuff into Cape Town. How amazing would that little trip be? Look at all those colours. That landscape is phenomenal. So that might be a future live stream that we can look at doing. Could be quite good. And our diversion today in Luanda. Oh, that's the end of our route, look. It's up here somewhere. There we go. That's our diversion airport here. So we've got to fly all the way back there if we can't get down at St. Helena. But we'll get down one way or another. And there's that hostile environment that we're heading towards. Yeah, I mean, it looks great in the simulator when you're heading in. And if you've not flown into St. Helena yet, God, there's no satellite imagery at all for it. Christ. Basically, the runway is the edge of a cliff here, so it's quite intimidating, but it's very difficult to get your depth perception as you're flying in as well, because you're kind of flying in towards the hill, and that's all rapidly rising up to the runway, which is almost hanging off the edge of the cliff. And then again at the other end, it literally just drops off down this cliff here.
Sorry, I hear really loud. Operator 84 Mike, can you repeat?
Osprey 84 Mike, Vindicate radar, climb flight level 400.
That is impressive. Only a 1 frames per second drop. Wow. Yeah, look at this. Bear in mind, this is probably an area that doesn't really have any genuinely decent photogrammetry. Look how great it looks. Whose passengers that close windows on a day flight should be banned from flying?
Osprey 84 Mike, climb flight level 300.
Sorry about that, up to 300 for Osprey 84 Mike.
Or if Ascension was a shuttle alternate, NASA was there when I was stationed there in 1985. Wow. Justin, no flying on the UK bank holiday tomorrow. No, unfortunately not. I think we're taking the dog out to some sort of dog festival thing. It's kind of like a more extreme version of Quito, yeah, where it used to sit on a plateau. When we do get towards, we'll chat about it now because some of it will be...
21 Alpha Mike, climb flight level 360.
360, Osprey 21 Alpha Mike.
We've got a couple of different options in St. Helena. There's an RMP approach and there's a VOR approach. But the airport here, landing on 01, it's only 1,950 metres long. We'll need to go right to the end to turn and then backtrap. So we'll need about 5 or so minutes of separation, and the parking here has got simply 2 stands, big enough for us, and that's it. Has it got... no. Local traffic regulations: wind generally from the southeasterly direction throughout the year. However, in the locality of runway 19's threshold, the wind strength and direction can vary rapidly and by great magnitude. Stronger wind warnings will be issued when wind on runway 19 is forecast to have a 2-minute mean speed of 20 knots or greater, and or wind gusts equal to or greater than 28 knots. Wind shear warnings will be issued for approaches onto runway 01 and or 19. When the 2-minute mean speed indicated by the touchdown anemometer is forecast to reach a 2-minute mean speed of 20 knots or greater, and or the vector difference between the 2-minute mean surface wind and wind 2,000 feet above the aerodrome exceeds 40 knots, and or a thunderstorm or heavy shower is within 10 kilometers of the aerodrome. There's a lot of warnings about runway 19. Landing on runway 19, a wind shear warning will be issued. Wind velocities in excess of 20, gusting 35. Downwind, final approach 19, control tower Winds, yep. Cool. When landing on runway 01, moderate and severe wind shear or turbulence may be experienced on final approach. Instantaneous wind readout, crosswind and tailwind components will be provided at pilot's request. METAR and TAF always use runway 19 wind values with wind direction quoted in true north convention. This is regardless of which runway is in use. Wow. So a couple of options, runway 19 there, heading on in, RMPs, and a little VOR DME, flying a 15 DME arc around the airfield. What we're planning for is 01 at the moment. If the weather stays the same, hopefully that'll be good. But RMP 01, transition via Raton, which is here, that's what we're kind of hoping for. 3,800 feet. Failing that, there's a VOR DME approach, which takes you in as well. But that's it, there's no kind of other bits. Missed approach takes you to...
Formate climb flight level 320.
The kind of transition into the approach effectively is a holding point. And you probably only get one extra go before you've got to fly all the way back across the Atlantic to head somewhere else. RMP approach, Barrow, VNAV not authorised below freezing and above 56 degrees. Expect moderate to severe turbulence close to terrain after the missed approach point and possible severe wind shear on final approach and the go around. Pilot controlled lighting 1195 or 1182. It's when you know it's going to be tough. I think I had New Sky up the whole time, didn't I? That's the approach that we're planning. I thought I had it all on the screen as I was reading it out, but hey ho. There's all the warnings around wind shear. I'll put it back on the screen for you to have a quick read.
Osprey 94 Vindicate radar, climb flight level 300.
I'm one of those really annoying passengers on that plane, to be fair. Oh, I kind of want to look outside and see the world below. That proximity to the cliff edge on edge of 19 and 01. Short distance between final touchdown zone markings for runway 01 and 19 can lead to miscalculation of remaining distance available to landing aircraft. Yeah, we're just going to have to hope for the best. Because I have no idea what we're going to have to face when we get there. This is a real test. Look at those, that landscape down there. Properly superb. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I messaged Flight 1 4 weeks ago, asking, how far is it, and potentially, effectively, like for a stream like this, could I preview it? And they basically just said it's not ready yet. But that was 3 or 4 weeks ago. Oh, you know what? I just realised my Moser AB6 force feedback review went live as we went live today. I totally forgot. I'd have delayed that otherwise. I know, yeah. I look back here, man, to flying out of Meigs Field in is it flightsim 2002 or something like that. Unrecognisable. Oh, techie, nice. When did you order that? That was quick. Just did your PC finally see it, Luke? Yes. There's a slight difference with the issue with the connector going into the base, but stupid user error really more than anything else. That was all it was. So, nay issue. Let's pop that there. How do I switch? That's that one there. There we go. Lovely job. Give us the extra range. So here is the coastline. In fact, can we see? So that here, that's Walvis Bay, and the Walvis Bay airfield is in that bit of vast nothingness. Can't quite see it. You can see, actually, look, there's the, right off in the distance, look, there's that amazing desert that we saw in Elevatex a moment ago. I'll just pop that back on the screen for you. Where is it? God, we've got a lot of water to cross. That's this here, look at that. Yeah, all the dunes, stunning. Got some cirrus clouds up there as well, look. John, welcome, how you doing? Mate, appreciate it, thank you very much. Now, Techie, you probably made a wise choice, mate, if I'm really honest, because the stick is very rubbish for the left-handed stuff. Could explain why some of your bindings were weird yesterday. Oh, well, I fixed it prior to yesterday, though, in fairness. Yeah, you'll see on my review that's gone live for the Moser flight stick that the design that they've created for the flight stick is pretty stupid, because everybody wants a left-handed stick, really. Well, not everybody, maybe 95% of simmers want a left-handed stick. Yeah, they've created a right-handed stick with a really big left-hand kind of thing that blocks your pad if you are holding it or using it as a left-hand stick. It's quite uncomfortable. It's probably, in reality, better off in between your legs. Just Trev, ZA, welcome. Yes, I've flown into Cape Town a few times in the sim. I've never done it in real life, though. I'd love to go to South Africa at some point. Love to do like a wine tour and stuff like that. That'd be quite cool, I think. That'd be really good. Yeah, and it is a bit more of a military stick in that sense. but then just create, like if you're selling it for flight sim as well, create a flight sim compatible left-handed stick. It probably doesn't take that much work either.
That's 394, climb flight level 360.
Trev, that'd be mega. I'd really love to go back to Kenya at some point as well. Do like a proper little safari or something like that, but bit of a pipe dream. I've got to get Tokyo and Japan ticked off again first, more than anything else. Oh yeah, 4 hours ago, Rhodium Code has put a preview trailer out for the Airbus A350 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Wonder how that's going to compare to the AnyBuilds version. Is that on the Rhodium Code A350 techie? It'd be good if we had like a like Southern Africa world update. Get a load of that kind of updated. I bet it would look really good. Oh right. See, I've not watched the trailer, but that's not a great start then, is it? If there's a load of glaring issues with the exterior model already in the trailer. If you're going to show it off, it's got to look right. Johan says the first ever Comair landing at St Helena was spicy. Wind shear made it a real roller coaster. You have to check out that video. I can't remember if I've seen it already.
Pass your message.
Is it possible to step to 340 cross rate for me?
Cross rate for right, climb flight level 340.
Up to 340 cross rate for Mike, thanks.
St Helena Works the first commercial airplane. Search on YouTube. I'll have a little look. What's your advice for a beginner? John's asking. In what sense? Like flight sim or? Where's me step climb? Oh, it wants us to step now as well. Windhoek radar Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, Index flash your message.
Can we request a step climb to flight level 360, please?
Osprey 165, climb flight level 360.
Climb 360, thanks, Osprey 165. Lovely jubbly. Make sure I've reboxed the cruise on the pressurization system as well. That's going to hopefully save us a little bit of fuel. Although, we don't want to save too much fuel because then we're going to land above our landing weights, which is not ideal, obviously. Is this it? 10 years ago? Let's... Oh, they put music on it. Hold on. Let me mute the music so I don't get hit with a massive copyright strike. And then I'll get picture-in-picture going. Here we go. What the? Where's his landing gear? Oh, that's properly showing off. That's risky, isn't it? But given the fact that you're burning extra fuel with nowhere else to divert. But what a fly past. There's the cliff. Look at that. That's 01's cliff edge. What an amazing fly past. Well, oh my goodness.
Flash your message. Just confirm your call site. Just confirm it's Osprey 94 calling.
Look at that. That was the first go around attempt.
Osprey 9R4. I can give you flightable 38, so it'll claim flightable 38.
Look at that mountain. This is a real life video of 10 years ago, the first ever commercial aeroplane touched down at St. Helena. Oof, look at that. That's a lot of sink. He's down. Jeepers, that was very flat.
Windhoek, radar bij 598,
Osprey 598 Windhoek radar identified. Flight level, let's see. Flight level 340.
340,
Justin, have a good night, matey. So yeah, you can see here, that's the threshold for 01 that we've planned to touch down on here. Whether we get that or not, I'm not sure. I've no idea what the weather's going to be like. It could be either runway 19, which is where we just watched this thing land on, or 01. But you can see as it pans around there, or just to the right of the nose, that is the cliff edge. Look at that. Pretty spicy. Yeah, zero room for error. The BA livery looks pretty good on the 737 MAX 8, doesn't it? Or is that a 737-800 with split scimitar wings? It is, isn't it? Looks like an 800. Wow. Yeah, it's an 800. Yeah, look at that. Shame Comair doesn't exist anymore, eh? But that's the challenge that we've got ahead of us today. Another window blind closer. Let's see, what's our progress page? So we're looking at St. Helena at about 4:30 UK time, 15:28 Zulu. Fuel quantity 14.7, and that's current. 9.5 tons on touchdown. Estimated. Well that's a slight problem because that means we're going to be over our maximum landing weights. So 8.5 tons is what we estimate to be at St Helena with. That's an entire 1,000 kilograms higher. Maximum landing weight on this is 69,309 kilograms, and the estimate from Simbrief was 68,846. So basically we've got to try and burn 463 kilos of additional fuel as I drop my phone all the way through my Boeing seat. Brilliant. It's going to be interesting hearing VRAAS go absolutely wild on this approach as well. And we'll get the terrain map and stuff on as well, because that will give us some cool views of the island as we arrive. We can't even go faster, look, we're kind of in Coffin Corner at the moment, but we'll be good. That will change, we'll just keep an eye on it. Effectively, if it gets to 9 tons, we're right on the cusp. So if that little line there, it says 1529Z 9.4, if that gets to 9.0, we're golden. We'll be landing at maximum landing weight. So we had to really carefully plan how many passengers, how much cargo we can load. We're tracking this on New Sky to hopefully turn a profit as well with the virtual airline. Which actually, it's just reminded me, for those of you tracking it, I think we've got Exile to St Helena. It's from Walvis Bay. That's a big old tour. We should have created a specific award for today.
Osprey 165, nothing further, advisory goodbye.
Over to advisory, Osprey 165. Thanks for the ATC, enjoy the weekend.
Osprey 2 Alpha Lake, nothing further, advisory goodbye now.
Over to advisory, turning to planning 6.
Massive thank you to VRAAS Sub-Sahara Africa as always. Could overfly the airfield at 100 feet like that Comair did. If we're really over, we could just hand fly a circuit. And then watch New Sky heavily penalise us for such a chaotic, dangerous practice. Cool, that's all reboxed and sorted out. Anyone got the A107 overhead from VRAAS fire? Is that what I reviewed? Or was it the A106? Let me just figure it out. I had an overhead from VRAAS fire. It was one of the worst things I've ever tested in my life. Especially given the price, it was very badly created, overpriced, fairly rubbish. Wing Flex A320 overhead, it's not that one, it was before that. Yeah, VRAAS Fire A107 Max overhead panel for Flight Sim. I reviewed that 4 months ago, Techie, the A107. The A107 Max overhead panel, yeah, it really not worth it at all. It's really bad. Trev's asking, does eye tracking or virtual work for this, and have you tried it before? Yeah, so I've got, is it this button? There we go, so that's head tracking. Seems mega sensitive, and it seems very different to eye tracking for some reason. And I can't remember what my keybind is for eye tracking. Bear with. It's not that one. It's definitely not that one. Should become an owl. Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, that's reset view. Well, that's fly past. Always cool. I don't think you can get enough kind of precision with it. At the minute, I can't remember what keybinds I've set to what because they're all different on my new stick. Ah, I know. Is it this one? He says as it all goes wrong and I plummet out of the sky. Yes. Oh no, that's head tracking as well. So for some reason my eye tracking doesn't seem to work anymore. Only the head tracking element. Yeah, Toby Eye Tracker 5. It's very sensitive. It's almost like DCS speed when you're in a dogfight and you're looking left and right. It's pretty helpful though. It's very slow to react looking upwards because I've turned myself into a bit of a pigeon. Now if I go forwards and down, it's really slow to go up and down. Now I've sat neutral again. But if I look right, look left, look how fast that is. Yeah, Toby Eye Tracker 5. You can get 5% off the Toby Eye Tracker 5 if any of you did want to purchase it. All you've got to do is go to tobygaming.gg/BritishAvGeek, I think. But if you then use the code BritishAvGeek at checkout, you'll get 5% off your Toby Eye Tracker order, so you'll be able to save a little bit of cash. But by comparison, if I get my mouse here and I just click right, press and hold my right click, look, I can just move around, I can look at what I want to look at, and I just find it a bit smoother and a bit more precise than most eye tracking solutions. Tango, welcome, good morning. Yes, that epic bit of limited merchandise, eh? Where did you wear it? Good morning to you, hope you're well. Liam, will I be watching Arrivals today? I will try to, mate, yeah. Yeah, Sim Update 5 has definitely changed the way that the Toby Eye Tracker works. And like you say there, David, there's going to be a new setting probably somewhere that I haven't yet noticed or figured out. Taking nice, enjoy. Just in time for summer, Zato. Osprey Holidays makes a return. Mega exciting. Remember folks, there's no stream next week. I'm going to be looking after the dog all weekend. So there'll be a little gap, and then we'll be back to normal service the week after next, hopefully, with one stream in the weekend. Looks like the Boeing 737 MAX 10 is getting close to certification as well. They did all of the rejected takeoff, like high-speed maximum braking tests and stuff like that the other day. Yeah, that's it. He's seen that person with the sticker since. It was about, when was it, Zato? It was about, was it 2 months ago or a month ago? You saw somebody with the channel sticker driving around the Philippines again. It was a different person to the first guy. Very exciting. Yeah, it's so random as well, Delta Tango, isn't it? The thing is, it's too specific for it to be a coincidence. Because in my head, I was like, there is no way that it's like legit or something. But I suppose maybe it is. In my head, I was like, there is no way. But it's a very unique, specific logo, isn't it? So I suppose why would it not be? I'm trying at the minute to like research the St. Helena metal. The problem is on metartaf.com they're actually taking the weather data from Ascension Island and then assuming that that's the same as St. Helena. But if it is the case, then we've got 17 knot winds at 150 degrees, which means runway 19 is going to be the option today potentially. Where else? Maybe we look at windy.com. Yeah, to be fair, actually the winds look like they are going across the airfield from the south to the northwest. We'd probably be okay for either, to be fair. Wind 10 meters above the ground should be from 117 degrees at 13 knots. Temperatures estimated around 23 degrees according to windy.com, which is a 11 knot crosswind and a 6 knot headwind for runway 19, or a 6 knot tailwind, 11 knot crosswind for 01. But that's an approximate because there's no METAR. So it looks like we're going to be planning for runway 01. Runway 19, which is even more challenging. Rob, nice. Ian, yeah, she's doing really well. She's had a slow few days, so I think it's just the end of her heat cycle. She's being a little bit, not sassy, but a bit slow, you know. Oh, amazing. There's a Mauritius staff up for VRAAS Sub-Sahara Africa, folks. Hopefully we can maximise how many Osprey Airways flights into and out of there we can get. Maybe some long haul arrivals as well, that'd be epic. Saturday 16th of May between 8Z and 17Z. So it's a whole day of Mauritius operations. Full ATC coverage. That'd be epic. Discord Lounge, let me have a quick check. Here we go. Live view in the sim at St. Helena. It's a proper crosswind, isn't it? I'm assuming the camera looks out towards the threshold of 19 by the looks of it. You can see how the runway is literally on the edge of a cliff. Narrow runway, cliff edge on both ends, rising terrain, wind shear, and a spare change of trousers. It's probably wise to replan this then and put in change 01 to runway 19. So let's go in here. Tapa. Next up. Do that. Bosh. No stars. So it's going to be. Make a note of this. On nav 19, we're expecting quite a significant crosswind. Probably going to get some wind shear actually as well. On final. On nav 19, transition next up. No idea what the QNH is going to be, to be honest. Are you still in the sim, Rob? Maybe you can press B on your aeroplane. Press B on the aeroplane and find out for us. That'd be great. Oh, the nearest is 1013 at Ascension Island. Sorry, Rob. Oh yeah, St. Helena is one of the hardest approaches in the world, I think, dare I say. So it might well be that we do need to go around today. And off the top of my head, we're going to have to do... what is it? We press toga, advance the throttles, press toga. Oh no, actually, because we can keep it in auto thrust mode unless it is too late. Well, no, we will be hand flying most of this last little bit actually. Charts are still on, aren't they? I'm working it out in my head. 1016, Rob. Thank you, mate. That's epic. Steve, what do you mean it's broken? Seems okay for me so far. So actually we're going to be okay for the RNAV down to 1,970 feet. So say call it 2,000. We'll have to hand fly the last 1,000 feet. Effectively with the last 900 feet. But look at that, it's an offset RMP approach as well. Just noticed that. That's quite an offset. 14-degree offset, my goodness. Final approach track offset 14 degrees from runway centerline. Christ. What does the VOR one look like then? Is that same? So the VOR is only a 4-degree offset from runway centerline. Very different. 112.9 for the VOR. We're going to tune that anyway then. 112.9. The inbound course is 199. Well, that's got an RMP localizer DME-19 approach as well. We'll do the 14-degree offset because that's going to be harder, isn't it? Let's do that. That's a real challenge. So that's 209, but we'll tune 199 for the VOR. I'll set course on my wind control PAP 3. Course 1 and 2. So we've got a reference point for us there. Make sure we just go back onto VNAV mode there as well. That's going to be quite tricky. I mean, all of you folks flying in, you've got 3 options there really, and they're all very different. RMP localizer DME runway 19, RMP runway 19, or VOR DME runway 19. So a fair few options for you to dive into. 9.4 tons of fuel, so we're getting there. Maybe we just descend a bit dirty. Bit of speed brake, early flaps to create more drag, burn more fuel. Got an epic fly along as well today. That looks like MPS is up. Yeah, Osprey 598, just north of Henty's Bay. 84 Mike's airborne as well. Lots of Boeings today. And look at that big old train of jets. Got a long old way to go as well. We're about a quarter of the way. And a 54 knot headwind as well for us to contend with at the moment. What was the name of that company that was previewing the A350? Rhodium, wasn't it? Rhodium code A350 official cinematic trailer. I'm gonna get that up on the stream as well. We'll have a little look. Live reaction without the money, without the music. I mean, that flight deck looks amazing. That scenery looks rubbish. Just saw how Just go back here. Look how pixelated that Air New Zealand sign is. Eva Air, where are they? Like Taiwan? Good old GSX, boom boom. What we got there? Looks good. There's big, kind of weird texturing around that hold door, the cargo door there. And the windows look a bit strange, don't they? Oh, look at that. That's pretty majestic. Little work in progress tab underneath the volume knob and stuff there. That looks really good. That's a fantastic looking flight deck environment. Wow. Oh, look at that. Jeez. I see. This looks like they've spent a lot of focus, a lot of time and effort on the actual coding and the detail, the actual kind of brains of the jet, more than the exterior model's aesthetics, if that makes sense. We go back a few seconds. Hold on. That is very complex. Look at that. Amazing details. Let's keep playing it from this view for a second. Wowzers. Yeah, I mean, the windows don't look terrible. They look very deep, though, when you look at it. It looks like there's some jaggedy edges, but it is a work in progress. Definitely this bit around the door, the cargo door, looks a bit too prominent for what is an exceptionally aerodynamic aircraft. Everything's beautifully flush. But again, work in progress, isn't it? That looks phenomenal. That looks so good. VRAAS looks like it's incorporated on that. Very cool. Oh, the spinner looks brilliant. Look at that. The engine blades accelerating look a bit... Just go back a second. That bit at the top looks a bit weird. No wing flex on that rotation. For an aircraft that's exceptionally aerodynamic, the wings are really but we'll just go again. Now as it's load bearing, generating tons of lift, change of attitude, zero wing flex on that. But again, work in progress, I suppose. That can no doubt be changed. Stuart Bailey, thanks for subscribing, welcome aboard. It doesn't look terrible. It looks like they put a lot of attention to detail into the system depth, which is very cool. Definitely some areas there that they need to focus on the exterior. Yeah, it bounced on the taxi, but when they rotate, you expect to see the wings kind of just flex a little bit more. Certainly on the A350, but it does look exceptionally promising. Either way, it looks really nice. It'll be interesting to see how far off that is and what the kind of version 1 result will look like. I mean, their flight deck environment, the A350 there, looked brilliant, didn't it? It looked very, very impressive. And yeah, Any Builds have been working on the A380 now for about a year or so, I think. I was tempted to contact them and say, because they put out that thing saying if you are very well experienced and have decent provable knowledge of the A380, then they're interested to hear for like testing purposes and all that sort of stuff. Having been crew on it for about a year, I'd be quite interested in offering up my services, but they want pilots, not cabin crew, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, Rhodium Code's definitely a new developer, isn't it? Aren't they? I don't think I've ever heard of them making anything before, so it's going to be interesting to see what they pull out of the bag with this as their kind of first big product, because, like you say, Zato, it's going to be a very interesting comparison between Any Builds and Rhodium Code. Delta Tango, you going to Flight Sim Expo this year? Afternoon, Harry. Hope you're having a good weekend. I was supposed to be on a ride out today with a load of guys and girls at work who ride bikes. And even though the weather forecast looked like it was going to rain, because we were going to go to the Farmer's Dog, Jeremy Clarkson's pub, to go check that out. The forecast initially said it was likely to rain, and half of them then pulled out, said, well, I don't want it to basically go on a ride out and have it raining. It defeats the point of it. So people started pulling out, and before we knew it, we cancelled the ride out 2 days ago, and it's cloudy, but it's absolutely fine. It had been perfect conditions for riding around. Bit of a shame. Delta Tango's going to Expo. Anyone else going to it? We should create some bespoke Osprey Airways FS Expo t-shirts for you all. It's about an hour from my house, Ian. But in fact, what we tend to do is we'll pick a location, because some people, we're spread all over the place. Some people had effectively, we pick somewhere that's okay for most of us to get to, so I'd have to ride away from the location for an hour to the meeting point, and then from there, basically near Windsor Castle, we were then going to ride out to Oxfordshire as a group. Some live down near Gatwick, some live the other side of Luton. There's a couple of us in across Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire, so there's a lot of riding involved just to get to the meeting point first, to then ride out from there. But it means that we're all kind of mutually doing the same amount of mileage, so that there's no kind of overweight on it being nearer to some than others all the time. No, I'm not coming over for Expo, unfortunately. There was actually no easy way to get there, and then now British Airways have launched a direct service to... God, what's the airport called? In Minnesota. Saint something? I can't remember, it's completely out of my head. But they've now launched a direct service there, so that could have been an option, but I've got a lot going on over the next couple of months, effectively. I've got, if I get through an application process for a... Yes, it's St. Paul, that's it, thanks. If I get through an application process for a role that I've applied for in a different organisation to the one I work in, then I'll have to do a load of assessments and interviews for that. And that will be over through the months of June and July. Failing that, I've got some different opportunities in the organisation I'm currently in, which are going to be very time intensive over the summer into autumn. A lot of revising, a lot of studying, more exams, about 5 different assessment centres and psychometric tests and all sorts of stuff. But it effectively means even if I booked to go to Expo, I wouldn't be able to do it effectively, regardless. I say it every year. I say maybe next year. If any of you do go and you want some channel-related Expo merch designing, whether it be baseball caps, t-shirts, whatever it might be, let us know your ideas and we'll try and get something sorted out, because I appreciate that the last load of years I've not been able to actually turn up to any of them and represent the channel. FS Weekend in the Netherlands next year sounds more accessible because it's very close to Amsterdam Schiphol, so better than Lelystad for a location. It may well be that I can get to that next year rather than FS Expo in the States. We're going to be about 400 kilos above our maximum landing weight at this rate. Can't go faster. Going slow is not going to do much. Can't go slower because it will choke the people behind. We've got very set kind of distancing. That sounded nice. I could do, couldn't I? fuel dumping options do we have on this bad boy? I'm not sure of any, if I'm totally honest. Don't think it has any on this. No dumping. I mean, one option is we descend dirty, so we get the speed brake out, we make the FMS shout at us a little bit. We'll figure it out. Oh god. It looks like Liam's in the 777 flying to St Helena. That's not going to go badly at all, is it? Yeah, to be fair, when I did the Africa video, and I did a trip into St Helena to get the approach into St Helena as part of the video footage, I had to go around 3 times before I could get it on the ground safely. And you know what? It wasn't the visual reference to the runway, although that was a trick of the eye and very difficult on a monitor rather than your real life eye gauging depth and having that depth perception and all that sort of stuff. It was the wind shear, and it was the changeable winds and the turbulence. That's what really made it tough. Yeah, I think it was 3 go-arounds it took me before I could get it on the ground, and that was in the E-jets, which I don't think can actually do go-arounds as such. So once I went around once, I basically needed to just hand fly the whole thing, the second and the third time. Yeah, definitely spicy. But I've added an extra 30 minutes of fuel as well, just as a bit of a risky risk management piece, really. Although in hindsight, I probably didn't need it. What do you all make of the Jet 2 weird VIP flight thing that they're doing? They've got a 737 and they're basically stripping out all the seats, 190 seats, 189 seats down to 76 passengers, and some high-end catering options, like there's some random VIP charter that they suddenly started doing. It's very strange. I don't really understand why they've come up with that all of a sudden. Harris has watched a really impressive video of E190 pilots coming in. They get negative wind shear and positive wind shear at certain points. They preemptively adjust thrust. It's so impressive. Yeah, and again, we don't get that feeling of any of that in the sim, do we? And that's what's difficult, right? Because in real life, you feel the jet through the seat, through the controls. Whereas in the simulator you don't get any of it, so you just don't know. And that means that we've got our work cut out for us. I've got the new Teterboro as well, actually, from Dream Flight Studios that I need to get some sort of video done for. It was meant to be a preview, but the developer then kind of wanted to tweak a load of bits. Finally, yeah, in the run-up to release, and time got the better. I think I've seen one video from Flight Radar into St Helena. Was it in the Airlink E-Jets, I think, off the top of my head. Properly hairy. That's alright, MPS. No delays for you, mate. It looks like we are slightly bunched in areas. Oh, that's dropped to 9.2 all of a sudden. That's good. Thing is, this headwind's going to really help us burn some extra fuel. Oh, 9.3. Cheeky booger. What we'll do is a fuel check at this coordinate here, just to see what happens. I'm going to delete, so I'm going to go SH, route discontinuity. Just going to connect this up a little bit. And then nearer to our destination, basically, if we get towards SH, we'll then split and go direct to Nexop. I won't do the direct to Nexop because you can see here 298 nautical miles, and then to St Helena 346 nautical miles, so I'm not going to put waypoint Nexop in yet until we're kind of visual with the islands, and then we want to split off. That's why I've kind of left that in like that. Where is it? 1930 south, 00500 east. 11.8 tons of fuel apparently when we reach this next waypoint. So I'll have to keep an eye for that. Aaron, no worries. Well, to be fair, I don't know how long it would take for you to fly from Ascension to St. Helena, but you could possibly do that and you might arrive around the same time. Let's have a look. Elevatex. Yeah, because Ascension's like... It's not even on the map. Hold on. 2 boats. Georgetown. That looks like Ascension, doesn't it? Yeah, RF Ascension Island. So... basically where that plane is. Yeah, look at that. Equidistant. Don't forget to log it on New Sky. And I think that'll probably win the award of the most remote, most isolated flight ever logged on New Sky as well. Ascension to St. Helena. Perfect, we're 786 nautical miles away. Look at that, that's bang on. But you'll have the tailwind pushing you along as well, actually, so that'd be quite a good option. True. Don't fly the RJ then. fly something faster. A319, there you go. Or 737-800. I've had Valanta on the whole time. My stream deck's definitely going a bit weird these days. I turn it off and then I look back on it and it's still on for some reason. What chaos. Winds 128 at 16 at the 19 threshold. Christ, this is going to be tough, isn't it? It's going to be so good. I think this is our greatest challenge yet. What do you guys think? We're pushing the iFly Max 8 to the limit, that's for sure. Ouch. Are you tracking it on New Sky, Zato? ...174 flights online on New Sky at the moment, and 12 of those are Osprey Airways. We've got myself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flying along to St. Helena. I can see Ashley departing Heathrow in the A350-1000 out to LA. Osprey 945 Tango Anthony flying the 727-200 to Manchester out of Stockholm Arlanda. And they've got Osprey 301 heading out of VIDP, which is... It's Delhi, isn't it, I think? Flying out of Delhi. For Heathrow in the A340-300. Got Badger flying around, spotted you there, mate, flying out to Hong Kong from Tokyo. And Osprey 117, Night Shepherd out to Sydney as well. You know what, there's a lot of red on New Sky. A lot of airports that are sucked empty, sucked dry of passengers by the looks of it. Sky Vagrant's going to Jersey from Birmingham in the A319 as well, spotted him, nice. It is a long flight ahead, yeah. Aaron, so this is the Chung.com freeware, St. Helena. Correct, Ben. Yes. There's a like joint controller thing in place. So VRAAS Sub-Saharan Africa controllers can control St. Helena, but VRAAS UK controllers can as well. Rather rare, I suppose. Apparently, there's one guy that always sees traffic towards St. Helena, then logs on. In the very rare. In fact, yeah, we've got St. Helena Tower online. Epic. Probably having to log on early to roll the trucks and get the RAF to drop a load of additional fire trucks from Ascension onto the island, ready for the 6 crashes that are about to take place. Depends on what happens with the wind shear, Liam. Although you're in the 777, so you're probably going to be alright. You've got so much power available to you. It's us in our little planes that are at greatest risk, I think. Trying to find some photos. Right, here you go. If I just bring this up, this is going to show you what this is the threshold of runway 01 looks like. Look at that. That's when the runway was being completely resurfaced. You can see it just drops off a cliff. On 01 you've got this like overhang here. But look at runway 19, it's literally the end of a cliff. And you've got... There we go, look at that. Well, they have Property Finder websites. No way, a C-17 flew into St Helena in May 2023. Look at that. I mean, it looks stunning, doesn't it? Look how barren and remote it looks. There we go. RAF, look, showing you how it's done. Oh, it's a terrible photo. There's got to be another photograph. Ah, here we go. Look at that. Proper short runway ops. The thing is, I've watched the C-17 land into RAF Cosford before, and the runway there was about 700 metres. Basically just stopped on a sixpence. And then they used reverse thrust to reverse all the way back down the runway. Because the airport's been closed so many times over the years as well, because it just, a lot of the time, too windy to be viable and safe. Yeah, C-17s like defy the laws of gravity, don't they? That's the thing. So when they do that tactical descent with the reverse thrusters active in the descent, it's incredible. Lucky, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it should have been gold badge prep for getting a 10 on the landing into St Helena today. I forget, if we set an award now, does it log against flights that are already airborne if we created an ad hoc award? I can't remember. I mean, I've flown in a C-17 in the flight deck, and it's mega impressive. And we had like 3 or 4 bird strikes in the course of one sortie, and it basically just shrugged it off and carried on anyway. Yeah, you can do it in the sim. I think the C-17 that's in the sim, actually, Premium Deluxe, is capable of it, because it's such a key feature. I'm fairly sure, not 100% sure, but fairly sure they've modelled that in. Yeah. No room for Cherry to get his big jet TV van at the end of that runway. There's not, is there? That's a good question actually. When flights operated in and out of here, did they have to carry a load of like spare parts with them in case things went wrong? Because some airlines, depending on the routes in the world, some of them would fly like an engineer out on the jet, wouldn't they? So that they can fix things on the jet if anything goes wrong. I wonder if they have to do something similar to St. Helena. Now's going to be a good time to check fuel. Actually, 20 miles to go, 12.3. Probably going to be about 12.2 tons, isn't it? So that's not too bad. It's about 400 kilos above, but that is bang on our maximum landing weight. Then it looks like we're just about going to get away with it. Still not even touched the wing tanks yet. Ice pilot style, yeah. Yeah. .2. Yeah, so we're about 12.2. It's going to be tight. Should be alright. Yeah. I know, I've got no idea where we're going to park all of our jets today. Who's mad, like, big into their coffee watching today? Out of curiosity as well. I have some questions if you are. Because I'm back again in like the mindset of trying to work out if I invest in a coffee machine, which in the long term will save me more money compared to the Nespresso machine that I've currently got, but that takes no room up in the kitchen, whereas a coffee machine would. And I don't know if it's worth doing it. Depends what the questions are, but I'm big into coffee, Aaron says. So, I've got an Espresso Virtuo pod machine. I've had it for about 4 years, so you'd probably say I've got my money's worth out of it quite nicely, but their price of coffee is astronomical now. For a sleeve of 10 pods, it's something like £8.60, and you have to buy a minimum of 100. But inside the pod, actually, when you look into it, you only get about 5 grams of coffee, not 18 grams. So they're charging loads, and they're also cutting your amount of coffee short than what you would otherwise be assuming that you're going to get. They're okay, but I've then worked out that because of the costs, effectively every month and a half or so I'm buying more coffee, and therefore across the period of a year I'm probably spending about 500, 600 quid a year on coffee, which is a hell of a lot of money, right? And this is where the Nespresso machines become a trap, because they're cheap to buy, but the coffee itself is very expensive to get. Certainly the Virtuo, where you're limited, you have to buy the official pods because nothing else works. There's no third-party pods. And it's never been an issue, but then I'm like, well, do I then just buy a new coffee machine? I've been looking at the Meraki Gen 2 particularly, that's just been released. It's got Time More, inbuilt grinder, dual boiler, looks superb, really beautiful. But yeah, I feel like you can get much better coffee. Quite a bit of learning to go through though, get your head around. But I feel like you can get a lot more value for money if you buy a decent coffee machine over the long term. FPS, yeah. Mate, try and fly as fast as you can to try and cut, like, narrow that gap. Because you're apparently going to be landing an hour behind me, which is wild. And I might struggle to hold on for that long, because I'm going to have to get dinner on at some point. I've got to make some chicken wings and slow cook some chicken wings. Aaron's had the Sage Barista Express, using it for years and years, never once regretted it. Bought it in 2020 and still going strong. Jay's got an espresso and Keurig. That's all he needs. Mike says he's got a coffee machine. Grinds the beans for each cup. He's never looked back. 10 years for Ian's Breville. We're in the UK, we know it to be Sage Oracle. Still going strong. Airborne Geek, welcome. Harry says recently bought an espresso machine specifically because he was tired of buying espresso pods every month for the household. It's a huge money pit. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think I've never thought of it as a money pit, but in the last few months I'm realising how expensive it actually is just to buy those coffee pods. And they almost kind of trick you into thinking that you it's cheap, but it's actually really not. When you can buy like a kilo of freshly ground coffee from a week ago from a decent provider, and it will be a fraction of the cost, right? If you know about coffee, have a little look at the Meraki Gen 2. I'll put it in the live chat. Is that a bit too OTT? Because I basically want it to last for like 10 years. But the Merakis are completely smashing everything at the moment. They are really popular and raved about. And their customer service as well, apparently, is like second to none. And it all started from a Kickstarter thing about 2 years ago. And previously I've looked at the Gen 1, but they've now launched the Gen 2 with a whole load of extra tweaks. Yeah, Jay, so similar to me then, effectively I pay a subscription of £25 a month to Nespresso, and they give you a 10% bonus credit for having that recurring payment. But they've just changed the price of the coffee in the last 2 months, because I ordered a load of pods the other day and they've gone up significantly. So my £25 a month now doesn't last anywhere near as long. Effectively, they some of the coffee had gone from like 63p a pod, so say £6.30 for 10, and they're now like £8.30, so they've gone up £2. It's huge jump in cost for very average coffee. And I'm like, well, I'd rather get fresher, better coffee that's cheaper as well. It's just a really hard decision, isn't it? Because it's a very specific purchase, right? You want to get it right. Some things I've looked at said get the Sage or the Breville Bambino with a really good grinder paired up with it. Yeah, pretty much, Jay. Yeah, yeah. But that's what has made me kind of go back to revisiting the question, because I've seen the astronomical increase in price, and I thought, good, I don't think I can justify that anymore. Aaron says still reckon this Sage that he's got much cheaper than the Meraki and will do everything you want. True, it's the learning that kind of excites me as well. I fancy like turning myself into a bit of a barista. What was the one you said as well? Sage Barista Express. I think they've stopped doing that one now. Oh no, this one. That one? I was looking at that the other day. But the thing with the Meraki is it's a rotary pump, not a vibration pump, so it's a hell of a lot quieter apparently from all the reviews that I've watched. And when I'm getting up at sort of 4 or 5 in the morning for work and I want to make a fresh coffee, put it in my flask before I jump on the motorbike and ride in. I don't want it to be too noisy. But I also want it to heat up super quick. I want it to turn it on and be able to basically heat it up within like a minute. It's got to be quiet, because even the Time More grinder on the Meraki Gen 2. Yeah, look at this beautiful machine. Look at that. Time More integrated grinder. Redesigned shower screen. They're taking the world by storm, these. Yeah, the rotary pump's quite a good win for it. Ian, okay. I could, couldn't I? Hey, do you want to randomly sponsor some flight sim content channel? I could do. That would be so random if they did. So, yeah, go on then. They do a 30-day home trial for the US. They don't do that in the UK. Cheeky buggers. Hold on. Where's England? Oh, you can't buy it on their website. You have to go through Bella Barista. There we go. Oh, it's a lovely machine, isn't it? Look at that. You get that really cool little tamping station as well. Integrated scales as well for both the grinder and the bit underneath the portafilter. which is where it's like mega user friendly for beginners apparently. But yeah, it's a bit spenny. Peter, I'm like, where's Jack when you need him? With some mega tip. And then I could probably justify it. The bronze frequent flyer subscription, David, it works out of 803 months. So, just a mere 67 years, or something like that. Oh, the coffee. How many months subscription does that work out as? Oh yeah, true. Well, so my Nespresso's getting a little bit funky and a bit strange anyway, so it's making a lot more noise than usual. I've had it for 3 years, the Nespressos. They don't really last a particularly long amount of time. I loathe the idea of having, if it does finally break at some point, I loathe the idea of then having to replace it with something else, like another Nespresso. It works out 64 months of the equivalent Nespresso, but the thing is, the subscription to Nespresso is not quite accurate because over 2 months I'll have paid in 50 quid and then I'll make an order, but I then have to put in another 30 quid. So across the period of basically 2.5 years, the machine would have paid itself off against the subscriptions, if that makes sense. It depends on what I get as well. The Sage one's a bit cheaper. Yeah, that's it, and most of them should last about 10 years. But there's just so many options. I made the mistake yesterday of putting it into ChatGPT Plus, and I was like, look, break it down for me. I've got this VirtuoPod machine. It's starting to show signs that it's maybe towards the latter end of its life cycle because it's making a bit more noise, vibrating a bit heavier. Had it 3 years, but I want to go and upgrade a little bit. What do I do? And then it effectively said, oh, well actually, you're better off buying the Sage Bambino, which is like a really narrow profile, but then at the same time getting a Speciosa Bosch grinder. Apparently the grinder is the biggest, most important thing. You can buy really expensive espresso machine, you could buy a cheap grinder and then pull really rubbish shots, because actually the grind is so vital with coffee that the majority of your, if you're going to buy different bits of equipment, you should buy a more expensive grinder, not a more expensive espresso machine, apparently. I can't. Instant coffee. Coffee's not designed to be water soluble. Freeze dried, water soluble. just doesn't taste good. If it's the only thing that there is to drink, then I'll drink it, but it's never good. I have researched it a lot. Only because it's been kind of burning away as a question in my mind. I'm gonna have to Google what that is, Trev. Jesus! What? No. Hell no. I'm not having coffee that's pooped out of elephants. Definitely not. The world's most expensive coffee, Jesus. Oh goodness. Didn't know that was a thing. If I go to, where is it? Coffee, coffee, coffee. Where's Navigator's meant to be quite good. There, you can get 1 kilo of Navigator for £27 on a subscription, or £30 for a one-off bag. That's 1 kilogram. So, like, you can see. I mean, how long would that last? Because you're pulling 18 grams a shot, right? So we've got 1,000 kilograms. 1 kilo is 1,000 grams, so 18 grams, that's 55 and a half servings across 30 quid. Which is like 54p a drink, something like that. Is that good maths? I've got no idea. But you see, and that's where the money swings around. In fact, if I whack it into, I've still got it on the screen, haven't I? Let me go. Let me get rid of that off your screen. People will be tuning in, going, "Oh, this is where's the 737? I'm just looking at coffee beans." How much is the? I'm gonna go deep dive into the old Dewberry. Wow, that's a big old prompt. Basically ask it to do the maths for me and draw the comparisons and then work out how long it would take for me to have the price swing in its favour. Wow, ongoing yearly cost is 180 quid for coffee beans. The coffee bags, fresh, 180 quid a year, based on my use. Nespresso's equivalent, £500 to £600 a year. It saves around £400-ish a year on coffee. My goodness. And by year 5 I would have saved 700 quid by buying the new machine and buying the new coffee. That's a huge change. That's a significant difference, isn't it? My goodness. I had no idea. I had no idea how grossly expensive an espresso pod was. Because if I'm paying 25 plus £2.50 extra credit, you get £27.50 a month. 2 months, 55. I'm buying coffee every probably 1.7 months. So it's every sort of like 7-ish weeks. And they're about 80-ish quid now. So if I go narrow that down. This is where AI is really good, right? I do like TP, so I have a fair bit of tea as well. There you go, £564 precisely. So buying the new machine and buying the fresher, better but cheaper beans, after 3.5 years, the new machine financially overtakes the Virtuo significantly. And by the end of the 5-year period, I'm actually better off by almost 600 quid by buying the newer machine now. So this is the thing, right? And maybe my brain's always worked differently. I think very strategically, but I think very long term as well. I want to break down the granular detail. If it's going to cost me X now, how much is it going to cost me in 3 years, in 5 years? What are the options that are going to make me better off in the longer term? Because it's all well and good thinking, oh, Can't justify it now, but in 5 years, what's the swing? How much better off am I going to be? How quickly do I then save money? And it's a significant difference, that, isn't it? Yeah, I could do, couldn't I? I'll get it delivered via St. Helena. The only problem is I can't justify buying it right now. They're not the most affordable things, are they? Coffee machines generally. I don't need to upgrade the motorbike, Peter. I've got everything on it that I need. The mighty GS. David was buying a kilo of beans off Amazon I liked for 25 quid when he worked from home 3 days a week. Just used a drip machine. Yeah, the longer the flight, the more temptation grows, David. I've got July coming. July, I've got a birthday coming up, but maybe I treat myself. The Sage Barista Express is always a very popular option. Yeah, it's a lot of coffee. ChatGPT's broke it down to around 743 pods per year. Versus 6 1-kilo bags. With a significant cost difference. Don't know. Deep deliberations. Yeah, well, yeah. Maybe I need to change my Streamlabs link into a like a coffee GoFundMe. It's telling me to... ChatGPT reckons its best recommendation is the Sage Bambino Plus. Plus... a really good... what's it called? The Eureka Mignon Silenzio Specialita. Specialist grinder. But then that's 374 quid for the grinder, plus 400 quid for the machine. Thereabouts. But still half the price of a Meraki. If it wasn't like mega douchey, I'd be very tempted to email them and go, "Hello, would you like a would you like a review of your coffee machine on this flight simulator channel?" Be a combination of bugger and off, I think, in response. There's just too many options. Because Meraki's quite new, there's a lot of people that don't know much about them as machines. The people that have got them absolutely swear by them. But a lot of people have got Sage or Breville, so there's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge around those machines because they've been around for years. It's just hard to work out what you want, what to get. Yeah, Ben, we had a little look earlier at their trailer, without the music on it though, and definitely room for a lot of improvement, but the system depth does look phenomenal, doesn't it? From what they've teased so far in their work in progress trailer. Yeah, it's got to look good as well as feel good, doesn't it? That's the thing. Not too fussed about like crazy levels of depth in the cabins and stuff like that. But I mean, the flight deck, the modelling for that they do look like they've nailed that. But for external views and stuff, you do want to see some nice things. I do wonder if maybe they've kind of like released the trailer too early. Is that too harsh? I don't know. Part of me just feels like they maybe released it a bit too early. Maybe they could have worked on elements of the exterior a bit more, polished it up a bit more before releasing a trailer. I don't know. Getting on. Oh, top of descents on the screen, 300 miles. I'm so tempted. It's sitting in my basket. Ready to go. Can't bring myself to do it. Oh yeah, right on the cusp. .72. Oh, next up, St. Helena, 350 miles. That's promising. Fuel burns below 9.2, although I do think that's going to come down. Once we start descending, I think that number there is going to creep back up again. See, 18.5, so what are we now? Currently 71.2. Should we call that as what it is now? 71,200? Or we'll go for 250 for a more higher mid-range conservative estimate, I suppose, just to be on the safe side. .6 tons. So that's 18. Where's my Simbury flight plan? 10.5. Yeah, so we're 500 kilos above our fuel burn estimates still. Six, 8, 846. So even that, we're 40 kilograms above our maximum landing weight. So we'll just descend a bit dirty, I think. Afternoon, Ian. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. .94107. 3 miles to go for that. See how we get on. Well, here, our next waypoint is the St. Helena VOR. Ian, your message has been held for review. I think you meant bank holiday. Oh dear. What Ian would say is it's been an okay but slightly wet bank holiday. I know, I was tempted as well. But better not. Oh dear. Absolute chaos. Just realised actually next stop is sort of 5 miles to St. Helena or 1, and then 5-10 miles, but it wants us doing 240 knots at that point. Christ, hell no. We'll go for 210 in the box. That should be fine approach at that point as well, so we should be 180/2900. I'm just correcting some of the data in the FMS here. 19 Zato, unless you want a 6 knot tailwind. 180, do that. Although we could do 210 there still actually. Actually, maybe we'll do 2900 above, just to give it a bit of flexibility. And then final approach. Enable next altitude. That'll be fine. Actually, 3,800. Yeah. Minimums for this CDFA, daytime landing only, 1,970 feet, and it's on the Barrow. So we'll set that. It's 957 feet above the ground. This is the first time I think landing the 737 MAX 8 at maximum landing weight as well. So I'm not really sure what to expect. $1970. So we'll go for 69.3, which is our maximum landing weight. Black 40. Tempted to add wind correction plus 10. We'll see how we go on the first attempt. We're doing a lot of prep early just so that we're ahead of it. It was QNH was 1016, wasn't it? So let's get that in the box. Let's bring that heading bug back in line. Oh, nice. I think there's some decent scenery for Ascension Island as well, isn't there? Don't know if it works in MSFS 2024 though, but there was one for MSFS 2020 a few years ago. Just trying to find it on Uncle Google. Ah, fair enough, Aaron. Ascension Island looks alright. Bit random though, with they Buccaneers that they've plonked on it. That's very strange. Well, they're Victors. I suppose it's what it's known for. Fly past incoming. Oh yes. Don't know where he is though. He's higher than us. That's just a bit of muck on the window. Oh, fair enough. Namibia, Christ. It's good that New Skies detected that though and said, double check your stats. I didn't know it did that sort of thing in the flight planning. There he is. Whoa. Jeepers. He's got no flight plan filed. Don't even know what aircraft type it is. It's on a secret mission. Oh, he's just taken off out of St. Helena as well. I can see Osprey 121 Delta out of Ascension. .904 knots. Jesus, what's he in? Concorde. Or time acceleration, perhaps. There's the tiny island in the middle of nowhere. Actually, where are my charts? Probably be quite wise actually to help ourselves out with some situational awareness by adding in some fixed rings. So if I do runway 19, God's sake, what's this known as? Ah. This is what happens when you fly somewhere exceptionally remote that there's no nav data. Let's try FHSH. No. Alright, we'll do the VOR then, which is on a frequency of 1129 SH. Seems it's plonked right by the airfield, so it's not going to give us a proper extended centre line, but we'll fly visual, and at least we can see the offset input there for us. So 195. Should we do? Oh no, it's one. Stupid. That's a rookie thing to do. 1958, and then we'll do back course 1015. 4 mile fixed ring. So I'll add a couple of fixed rings in. You can see the offset approach there. So that line going out dashed, that's the runway. But the pink magenta is our offset RMP approach. But around this decel point here, we'll go direct to next op. We'll go from there. There we go. Try and box clever with it. Yeah, that's it. ETOP's never done this before. Landing with, probably will be landing with nearly full wheeled wing tanks. Probably won't have even touched the wing tanks. But it's because we've got, if we have to divert back for whatever reason, it's a 3.5 hour flight to Luanda to divert. So we're landing at maximum landing weight. Tough. It's going to be interesting. Ian, I haven't, to be fair. people still using the Headwind A330? I think a few people are. I don't think it's as popular as it used to be though. Matthew, good morning. I still find it bizarre that someone who thinks chemtrails are a thing is watching flight sim content. It was very strange having to. We mentioned something so specific to then get somebody comment and bizarre. Hey ho. Flight Sim Marshall, welcome. First chance about to watch one of your live streams. Your tutorial videos for the MD-11 have been cracking. Thank you for all your content. Appreciate that a lot. Thanks very much. Glad you enjoy the content. Ian's keen to do some long haul stuff, but would like his wind control Airbus to work with it. Fair enough. Yeah, because the A350 isn't supported, is it? Yeah, I don't know actually, to be honest with you. I have. Yeah. I'm sure these things are sent to test us. Airport elevation's already set to 1000. Happy days. By the way, the usable landing length, and this is probably more appropriate for Liam in his 777 flying into St Helena today. The usable landing length beyond the threshold for runway 19 is 1,550 metres. The aim is to nail this first time, get it down like an absolute trooper. No weather profile for St Helena. Marshall, not sure. It's been alright so far, to be fair. I'm going to have to sit down with a few of you folks that are using MobiFlight to actually properly understand how on earth it works. I downloaded it recently and I tried to kind of work it all out, but I just find the user interface so confusing, which is not ideal. Because I'm very keen to get my setup working for a lot of different things. Trev, yeah. Flying by the seat of his pants. Dex, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. David, yeah, I keep meaning to look at SPAD as well. SPAD next. Thing is, once you go into that kind of thing, you're just there's so much to get your head around, isn't there? It's just so complicated. Looking around the room trying to work out what can I sell to be able to justify a new coffee machine. I sold a little aircon machine earlier for 300 quid on Facebook Marketplace. I say little, it was a massive portable aircon machine that we don't use anymore. I haven't really... We're still on? Apparently yes. Had a weird little internet blip there with the router I think just disconnected from the PC. Matthias says, I'm thinking about joining Osprey Airways, currently doing my first New Sky Academy flight. Very exciting, nice one. So like the crux of it, really, the best way to explain Osprey Airways, the way the route scheduling works, Matthias, if it helps. Got a whole load of aircraft, including this, the iFly 737 MAX 8, and a load of others, long haul, short haul, the whole lot. What we also have is the option of either free flights or schedules, and the schedules typically earn about 50 to 75% more than a free flight does on the same route, because it's physically taking the aeroplane and flying it on the network to the destination where it then sits and waits for it to be flown home again. It's very cool. So the best thing to do is always fly the scheduled routes. You fly in and out all the time. Matthias, that's already a scheduled route. Keflavik to Heathrow, I believe. Yeah, Manchester to Keflavik, Gatwick to Keflavik, Heathrow to Keflavik, cargo flights from East Midlands to Keflavik, Edinburgh to Keflavik, there's JFK to Keflavik, and there's cargo flights from Frankfurt to Keflavik as well. Although they never get flown, so maybe we bin those off. Yeah, I'm going to bin those off. When did they last get flown? Let's have a look. None in May, none in April, none in March, none in February, none in January, none in February. No, let's sack off that flight. Big fuck. Oops. Bosh. We'll disregard the Frankfurt schedules because they don't exist anymore. Just delete them. See ya. Frankfurt Heathrow, Birmingham, EGNX, Amsterdam. .805. EFHK. That's sorted out. Am I still liking the E-Jets from FSS? I am, but the last update I've had so many WASM crashes now that I've left with less confidence in it as I had before. So, if I'm using New Sky and VATSIM, which traffic do I see? Both. So you would do. You just want to, when you log in your flight on New Sky like this, you got the little the planes up here. If you click it, if it's green, it's connected with the multiplayer traffic. But if you're on VATSIM, you basically want to disconnect it, so you unlink it, so you get that not connected, and then it hides all of the online traffic on New Sky. That's basically designed for people that might want to fly offline, but they want to inject traffic, like turn it into a bit of a multiplayer server. Also means that you could do like group flights, Osprey Airways group flights, offline. So not on VATSIM, yet we track it on New Sky instead. Although we never really do that. Morning Scott, welcome. Jared, good to see you. What's the name of the software on the bar on the top of the screen displaying the altitude, etc.? It's the Stream Overlay from Elevatex, which is pretty epic. And Elevatex, if you don't know what it is basically a alternative to Valanta by Orbex, but I really much prefer Elevatex. You can fly for Osprey Airways as a VATSIM observer, yes, and then later down the line, if you get confident, you think, actually I'm going to give this a go, then you can connect to VATSIM and fly properly as well. Entirely your choice. We've got some pilots for Osprey Airways will always fly offline as well. That option is there. Whatever you prefer. Set auto brake 2, we'll probably go to manual brakes pretty quick when we touch down. Minimums set, VRAAS are set. Hey, flightsim Marshall, thanks buddy.
flightsim_Marshall donated £10. Appreciate all the content you do. I've certainly watched my fair share of your videos and tutorials. You do a great job.
Thank you very much, appreciate the tip. Kind words. It's gone straight to the coffee machine fund. Can I fly airplanes like the DC-3 and the Connie with Osprey, Caleb's saying? No, so we had the DC-6 in the fleet for quite some time, but basically every time it got flown, it got crashed. And it got quite tedious, unfortunately. Because every time you crash on New Sky, the virtual airline gets slammed with a $1 million fine. So we basically got rid of those kind of retro jets. So you get used to it, Matthias, to be fair. It becomes the new normal if you do it enough. Aaron, no worries. Hope to see you back. If not, you can always watch it back on demand, post-stream. Exactly. Eventually. Or she'll then be like, actually, that's pretty cool. She likes gaming and stuff anyway. Be like, well, and the next thing you're going to end up with 2 flight sim rigs, or you'll build a whole shared cockpit, and then you'll be fighting for who's captain, who's FO for the day. That's what we're going to go to. Yeah, yeah, all that, Scott, yeah. Or none, and then you can build yourself a sim rig anyway. 3,800. Yeah, we're still using the MD-11 and the E-Jets on New Sky. The TFDI design MD-11 Marshall is superb. It's one of my proper genuine favourites in the sim. It's just brilliant at everything. And so unique as well. Such an iconic aeroplane. Should we have an Osprey Holidays MD-11? Could be quite a cool one, couldn't it? I think we need a back British farming MD-11 cargo livery as well. But the bird's got to stay blue, not washed out grey or brown. It's my only request. There is no chance the Mad Dog will get into St. Helena. And if it can get in, it will never get out again. Those engines are just too weak. That's all good, that's all good. So I'm going to assume top of descent is probably going to be slightly earlier than we would like. Yeah, just as you finish one off and knock one off the list, we add another one or two. We've got the Coast Guard on standby for you, Liam. I haven't tried it yet, Scout and Drive training. Marshall, it's a bit 50-50. I love the PMDG, but we've not been in the iFly 737 MAX 8 for a long time, so because of that, I thought we'd dive into it today for this. What site do you fly on for the virtual airline? It's New Sky, Caleb. newsky.app. You can find out all the information on our channel's website, britishafgeek.com. And you'll find a page about Osprey Airways on there for you to dive in. And there's a new schedule page as well that helps you find aircraft that are stranded away from base to fly them home. There's like a random flight selector and stuff for schedules as well. Yeah, so this is being updated in the big update that we're all waiting for, Matthias. So hopefully in the next month or so we'll get it. They've got a really nice new tablet by the looks of it. Yeah, don't worry if they speak too fast on VRAAS. You can always ask them to slow down. I always recommend checking out, in fact it's in my tutorial videos for VRAAS. Check out the playlists on my channel. They're a little old now, about 3 years old I think, 2 years old, but they still apply today. There's a whole VRAAS tutorials playlist. It's 2.8, good. 20 miles to top descent. I'm actually going to see if we can trigger the descent now. Get a little closer before we go on to vectors. I want to get visual with the island first, or at least get a bit closer. No idea about weather into St. Helena. The last we got was from, was it Rob earlier? He loaded in. We've got QNH 1016 and primarily a crosswind on one favouring runway 19, but we're going to expect wind shear and everything with that as well. I'm going to pre-tune St. Helena Tower just in case they do come online, so it's less to do when it gets busy, because this sort of approach is going to be a little bit stressful as well. So We'll get that pre-tuned 19.5. Marshall, no, I didn't. We flew. What did we do yesterday, team? Can't even remember. Christ. Gatwick to Belfast City and back. That was a good little trip. Frankfurt did look very busy. ...106 nautical miles to St Helena. And we're picking up the VRAAS now as well on the nav display. Got no idea how this is going to go. Just as a reminder, folks, if you're just tuning in now and you missed the chat about it earlier on, we're flying the RMP runway 19 approach. So heading in next up around 3,800, and then we're going to aim for 2,900 between Shunt 1 and St Helena NF1. Inbound course of 209, but look, we've got a 14-degree offset runway track for the RMP final approach. So once we're visual with the runway around here, 5 miles, we'll probably turn the autopilot off and hand fly the whole thing. And we've got 1,500 meters of usable runway, landing at maximum landing weight as well. So we got our work cut out. We've still got the center tanks pretty much full. Sorry, the wing tank's pretty much full. And we've still got 1.6 tons of fuel in the center tank because our diversion is nearly 4 hours away. If it all goes really wrong. But we shall see how we get on. Scott flew to Macau last week, 3 degrees offset. Yeah, it's not too bad there, is it? 3, 4, 5 degrees, not too bad. But I mean, when you get to about 5 degrees, it's quite prominent. 14 degrees, I've never done a 14-degree offset approach, so I've got absolutely no idea what that's going to look like. I think it's going to be pretty challenging for us, I think. Alrighty, descent proper now. Yeah, if we're mega compressed, then we're going to have to enter holds to kind of give ourselves spacing. We need about 5 minutes-ish between each arrival, don't forget. Yeah, that's it, Scott. So we've, I don't know if you can see that on the nav display, we've got 2 fixed rings and an extended centre line each direction just to help us out with our situational awareness. Ye of little faith, Jay. Right, 80 nautical miles to St Helena. So I'm going to go direct next up now. .8. So yeah, we're pretty much going to be bang on. Pretty much bang on maximum landing weight here. We might be slightly over, but we'll take the penalty on New Sky if we have to. God, how fast is this descent? So if I left this any later, we'd been really struggling with the descent profile. because that little direct to look's changed the VNAV profile. We're now 2,500 feet above the path, so descending pretty quick. Let's get the belts on. And we're looking out for the island. We can see it on the display now, 60 miles away, underneath this bit of cloud here. Some erroneous readings on my wind control hardware there. Interestingly enough. Now you could do scheduled flights whenever you want, Matthias, as long as the aeroplane you want to fly is at the departure airport waiting to be flown, then you will be golden. .330 knots, Mach 80. Christ. I think we could change this to 280. I think that'll be a little bit smoother. 1,000 feet above, that's okay. We're getting close now, team. Drag required on the FMS. So I'll clear that warning. Got flaps, speed brake extended anyway, so it's as good as we're going to get. .400 feet vertical deviation now. We're back on the VNAV profile quite nicely. I'm excited, but I'm a bit nervous about this because I've got no idea what's going to happen. When I loaded in for the Africa flight, like the Africa special showcase, and St. Helena was featured there in that video. I flew in with the E-Jet, and it took me, it was the 3 or 4 approaches, I forget which, but I was doing the approach onto 01. I've not done 19 yet. And it definitely reads on the charts as though there is significantly worse wind shear on runway 19. We shall see what happens. Keep the speed brake out. Catch our first glimpse of the island, one of the most remote parts of the world, where Napoleon was prisoned and he was exiled. I'd love to know how they get like fresh food, meat, veg brought to the island. How do they get power? How do they get internet? I've got so many questions. Like, do the RAF fly in from Ascension, or does it all come in via Air Link's E-Jet service from Walvis Bay, or does it all come in via boat? I've got no idea. I'd imagine when you're this remote in the South Atlantic, you have to be very self-sufficient. Even fuel, like how do they get fuel brought to the island? It's so far from anything else. Like, you think when you look at the maps, you look at the Falkland Islands, you look at Ascension Island being so remote. This is another level. This is even more remote than those two islands. I suppose it's probably no different to Mauritius. Mauritius gets all their oil and things shipped in, doesn't it, via boat, so... It probably does, Scott. Here we go, it's on the map, 40 miles, so about 50 track miles to touchdown now, team. Just underneath the cloud. There's our first glimpse of the island of St. Helena. That little break of cloud. Flightsim Marshall, thanks for joining us, buddy. Joining us as a silver frequent flyer. First decel point coming up. Oh god, we're going to be on approach so fast. Let's just get ourselves prepped here. I didn't do the descent forecast. Transition levels, flight level 70. We'll go for QNH 1016, but I might press the old, good old B button for the keybinds, just in case. Gonna need a lot of speed brake here again. Let's pause the music so we can focus. You guys better be smashing the like button if you enjoyed today. What do you reckon? Are we going to get this down in the first attempt? What are your predictions? St. Helena traffic, Osprey 165, 737 MAX 8 inbound with a QNH 1016, currently flight level 100, descending 3800 for the RMP approach, runway 19, next stop transition. We'll report next stop, St. Helena traffic. $230 knots. It's already started to really slow us down there, look. Hey Jack, welcome, welcome. You've missed all the chat about coffee machines. Guys, give them a summary. $38, that's looking good. I'll trust the profile. Going back into descent now, good. We were working out the cost benefit of a 5-year, if I was to buy a new coffee machine that's very expensive now, what point would the cost benefit reverse and actually go into the new machine's favour compared to what I'm currently spending on coffee pods with Nespresso and all that deep nonsense from there. But our legs performance, where's the 69.7? Oh Christ. 500 kilos above maximum landing weight currently. I'm going to go speed intervention, 240. I'm going to whack out some speed braking, make this real dirty. I'll need to burn some fuel. Pete, have a good one. 50% M1, lovely job. So 3,800. Next is going to be 2,900, so I'm actually just going to set that now. 2,900. It's a discounted cash flow. That accountant speak. There we go, seats for landing. What's PVD, chilled packs? $69.6. Let's I've got 300 kilos of fuel to burn. There is no way I'm doing that in the next few minutes. Well, I'm not sure. We're just going to have to land this thing slightly above landing weight and take the penalty on New Sky. QNH is 1015, team. I just synced the display and pressed B to see what it gave us. Right, let's go. Speed 215. Speed check, lap 5. 10 miles, so I'm extending all this early to burn a bit more fuel. Sorry to everybody behind me. Don't crash into me. It was about three and a half years away, wasn't it? The problem is, I don't know how I'll justify spending £1,600 on a coffee machine. $69.6. There's St. Helena. Looks intimidating, doesn't it? There's the airfield on the top of the cliff. Yeah, it's got steam arm and integrated grinder, to be fair. Meraki Gen 2. Looks cool. I'm going to turn the APU on now. No fuel dumps in the 737s. We're just going to have to take the penalty for landing heavy, I think. We're just trying to get the weight down as much as possible by flying really dirty. Actually, we've got to stick on VNav. It's approach mode, I think, for this. Chris, welcome. There's the airfield. Jeepers. We look low, don't we? That's the thing. It's like, it's intimidating. St. Helena traffic, Osprey 165 is passing next stop. Inbound for the RMP. Runway 19 approach. We'll report final. Flap 10. 14-degree offset approach again, folks, as a reminder. So you can see the runway heading is that green and white dashed line there on the display. Let me get rid of the terrain map. And the magenta is our actual inbound for the RMP approach, which is a bit tricky. 180 on the speeds. Just keep the speed up. There's the island. Oh, here we go. We are currently about 200 kilos above maximum landing weight. Arms. See how we get on. LNAV back and glide paths are armed for the RMP approach. Weather's not great. zoom on in here. And it's going to be 199 degrees. I'm going to set that as a heading, because that way I know I've got a heading mode set for a missed approach if it goes really wrong. The most challenging approach in the world, in the most remote location in the world. Can we do it first time? Christ, that is one hell of a offset approach. There's the runway. Okay, that RNAV glide path's active. Let's go gear down, flap 15. VRAAS 140, so 145, add in the 10. We're going to have to go to manual flight pretty imminently, I think. Which keybind have I set for that? I can't remember. That's the one. High control. Everything's off. Send Helena traffic Osprey 165's final visual runway 11. 45, let's bug for that.
2500.
Check. Just focusing on the glide path indication to help us really more than anything else. Full flaps. Speed brakes arms, gears down 3 green. Got a 22 knot crosswind pushing us towards the terrain. 2 red, 2 white on the pappies. Yeah, this wind's really pushing us. For that. For an island.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue. I'm nervous for this. Get rid of the flashing auto thrust button.
Approaching 19.
Quick recycle of the flight directors.
1,900 meter available.
Way cheeky. Oh, that's a bit of wind shear. It's frustrating. You can't feel it, but you feel the whole aircraft just get pushed. Well, you certainly see it. We're trimmed nicely at this speed for this rate of descent.
400, 300, 200, 100, 50, 40, 30.
Oh, that's a hell of a
20,
gust.
10.
9.
Oh, that's heavy on the nose wheel.
Remaining.
Reverse is green. Decelerating. Manual brakes.
600 remaining.
Nailed it. Jesus. Oh.
Helena traffic Osprey 21 Alpha Mike vectoring heading 180.
Look at that.
Airfields in our sight at our 8 o'clock position. You will call with the runway in sight.
We had loads of space. Ooh, right, let's pop that on, pop that on. Dual bleed, isolation valves. Oh, I'm chuffed with that. I wasn't sure how that was going to go. When that little thing caught us then, and that massive correction on the end, I almost just went around. And St. Helena traffic Osprey 165's backtrack, runway 19er.
Approaching 0, 1
traffic
on
Osprey.
runway
21 up on
19.
Mike, runway in sight.
0
in
meter
our 11
remaining.
o'clock position. We'll be making a visual approach runway 19. We will call 5 mile final. We will be at 200 knots.
On runway 0, 1.
Definitely some LOD things with this. It's not loading in very nicely.
100 meter remaining.
Master Veggie, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I think my nose wheel got slammed down far too hard. Still getting used to this Moser flight stick. Probably didn't help the auto brakes kicking in quite firm as well. Here we go, the tiny island of St. Helena. Sartos there. There's no custom pushback for this. Oh, there is. I've actually got one. Don't know which ones. At St. Helena traffic Osprey 165's vacated 00119er. I'm actually going to go wide because I don't trust that being in the way. Confused, welcome.
St. Helena traffic Osprey 21 Alpha Mike. We are 5 mile final running 19er. Visual approach. St. Helena traffic.
Which one is it? I don't know which one's the GSX one and which one's not. So let me tickle the brakes for a wee second. There we go. Cool, we've got a few seconds. Just got a Ah, Christ. Manually set the parking brake. Otherwise we're going to have problems. Here comes Zato, first pilot in. Well, once he's landed we will check out my score. There's the windsock. Ah, bugger. I was 22 kilos above the maximum landing weight. Got 9.98. Happy with that though. Challenging conditions. Quite a firm touchdown, but you can't do smooth on this because it's such a short runway. We'll have another look at that in a second. Here he comes. He's got hit by the wind shear there as well, you can see that. Whoa! Oh, is that pod strike? We'll find out shortly. He's down. Nicely done. I was going for a Yui there. Little bit of off-roading. Anti-collision lights off. We can go power. Ground support. Settle them.
And signaling our traffic osprey 21 Alpha Mike, backtracking runway 01.
That's a great rating with this. Anything over 6 is really good, if I'm really honest. MSFS is marshaller. Still just standing there. Let's have a quick look here. So this is a freeware airport scenery. It's very basic, but it's designed to be just kind of good enough for this whole airport, basically, and this very remote landscape. Pretty good though for a bit of freeware.
Signaling our traffic osprey 21 Alpha Mike, clear of the active.
I think this is definitely the most remote place we've ever operated into. That sounds like Liam in the 777. What could possibly go wrong? This is likely the largest aircraft that's ever flown into St. Helena. Trying to get a screenshot of the passengers walking off, because it's a custom profile. Oh, that's a huge GPU spike. What the hell happened there? Come on, where are they? Keeping an eye. Here they come. Well impressed. Fresh supply of trousers for them, ready to go. After that bit of wind shear on final. That GSX brings so much to the party, doesn't it? Mega realism. iFly 737 MAX 8 performed exceptionally well. Here comes Liam. Zato, that's epic, mate. Well done. My dink was being above maximum landing weight, and they dinked me for 22 kilograms. Maximum landing weight above 22 kilos. Can't believe it. Otherwise I'd have got a 10. Gutted. Landed 8 minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah, I'm calling it a 10. There's the threshold. Just because it's so big, you got so much more inertia involved. It looks so much more stable, doesn't it? Oh, there's a little bit of sink.
St. Helena traffic, Osprey 84 bike, 10 mile final, runway 19er. St. Helena.
Oh. What happened there? VRAAS went a bit wonky. Got it down. He's done it. So bringing a 777 full of Osprey gin to the party here at St. Helena. Good effort, Liam. Didn't even need the rest of the runway. There's the other side, runway 01, like a bit of a cliff.
Helena for clear, runway 19, vacating Alpha.
Up a 777, it's bloody brilliant for an aircraft. Oh, there's the last 30 passengers. Wait, it just sees a 777-200 or a 772 type code, Liam. It just picks one. Look at this. Big stutters going on here. Is that GSX that's causing that? I think it is, you know. Yeah, the second the passengers stop moving, the whole thing smooths out. Weird. Oh. Good effort, Zato. Crikey. We go and perch ourselves atop the VOR. One, two. MPS has made good headway getting in as well. Our last pilot in. How far are you off, Aaron? He's well over the Atlantic still. Here comes another one. Look at that offset approach. My goodness, it looks even more dramatic from here. Jeepers. It's proper sporty, isn't it? Beautifully executed though, final turn, wow. Some pro stuff that. It's Ian on the way in. Flying the flag. There's that bit of wind shear and the sinker right at the end. Catches people out. Ooh. Come on, VRAAS. Ah, for goodness sake. He's down. 8.23 is good, Liam. What did it penalise you for? Nicely done. Didn't even need to backtrack.
St. Helena traffic, Osprey 84, Mike, clear, runway 19.
That was Jay.
To the grass.
Nicely done.
St. Helena.
Nicely done.
Thank you. That was fun.
Ian's next. Oh yeah, I've zoomed too far out on the map, that's why.
Helena traffic osprey 247 to 2,900 feet, overhead Sierra Hotel November Tango 1. Expecting the RNAV approach for runway 19, we'll report on final. Helena traffic.
About an hour and 26 minutes away. Might struggle to hold on that long. Oh wow. So 40 people entered the Sim Instructor AI giveaway with 105 entries. One entry was deemed suspicious automatically and therefore made invalid. Interesting. Draw winners now. Cool, let's pick them. 4 prizes for the Sim Instructor AI giveaway. We've got Michael Delnick, Brian Figueroa, Dominic Hunger, and Jonathan Ebert. You guys have all won a Sim Instructor prize bundle, which is very exciting. Where is that email for that? Hey, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson himself donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Shucks. Regret that I missed this flight. Thanks for the live broadcast and all of the great activities. Great to see more flights in this region.
Thank you very much for your Super Chat, matey. Very generous of you. Here comes Ian. Nice and stable. Super smooth, look at that. Right on the touchdown zone as well.
And Helena traffic Osprey 2472 is exit the active runway and is taxiing to the grass. Helena traffic.
Beautifully done. We're all on the grass. Whoop! Literally. Bam. Going off road. And next, Matthias, it's pretty instant, I think, mate. You haven't applied on FS Hub, have you? You've applied on New Sky, right? Osprey Airways. I think as long as you've got the correct number of scores, you should be fine. MPS looks like he's not too far out. Back in a second. We'll keep an eye out for him. Back, epic. Have I missed any of his calls yet? He doesn't look too far away, does he? Yeah, so you should be automatically accepted, Matthias, on New Sky. Check your account. You should be able to see that you're part of Osprey. Let me log in and check. Yeah, you got accepted. You should check your messages. There's a whole load of discount codes and deals that we've got for Osprey Airways pilots as well in your messaging system. How far off do you reckon he is? It's a few minutes out, right? I reckon 5 minutes for MPS. And then he'll be shooting the approach. Good luck to you, Michael. You'll be fine. There he is.
Fahrenheit, 4 miles inbound, Sierra Hotel Lima Tango 1 for runway 19 approach.
How did you guys find the approach? Did you notice any wind shear? Or was it alright when you headed in? Perfect, that's them prizes done, dealt with. So efficient. Oh yeah. Good spot. Runway signs are incorrect. Great score, Ian.
St. Helena, by Fahrenheit at
Pretty much Matthias, yeah.
runway 19.
Slight wind shear for all of you by the sounds of it. Some random floating trees. Oh, epic, Matthias. Enjoy that, mate. Is Aaron in the live chat still? Has he got an ETA? I think MPS is going to be the last one where I'm going to be able to kind of watch, fortunately. I can smell dinner on, which I should be cooking.
St. Helena, spray 598, got place for runway 19, estimate about 6 miles for landing.
Here it comes! We've called the Coast Guard. Aaron doesn't look too far away. Has he started his descent? Speed and altitude draft. Let's try and work it out. Oh no, he's level. He's still in cruise. Damn. Here he comes. Massive thank you to Air Traffic Control for VRAAS Sub-Sahara Africa out of beautiful Windhoek, Namibia. Look at that crosswind, look at how much it's drifting him then, did you see that? Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to the channel. Check out BritishAvGeek.com for all the details if you want to join our channel's virtual airline Osprey Airways. Check out the VATSIM, check out the Africa showcase video that we did the other day. giving you some really good opportunities to check out some beautiful locations around Africa to fly on VRAAS or offline if you wish. Looking nice and stable, look at that. Epic. Oh, there we go, VATSIM being VATSIM server again. What was a skidder? He's gone real kinetic real fast, hasn't he? Oh my god. It's heavy on the brakes. He's done it. Absolute legend. $26,500. Aaron's on the descent.
Squeaky bum moment.
Tati, yeah, I'm sure we could probably facilitate that, mate. Very, very well done.
My prayers go to that right engine.
Osprey Fahrenheit backtrack taxi to Cape Alpha.
Good effort.
Nice job, mate.
Thank you. Nice survive.
Trying to work out how far Aaron is. I can see he's descending now though. He says he's 9 minutes out. Let's wait for him. It's 24,000 feet. It's just a chat in our Discord server, Matthias, really. We don't do scheduled services with very remote locations, so that sort of request there that you mentioned, BR to Burke, for example, that's going to be where free flight as a function comes in really handy. Feel free to use those. How far do we think he's away, Aaron? It says 7 minutes. He's 56 nautical miles away though. I think we might struggle. It's 22, 403, 50.
Osprey Fahrenheit located on the 19.
While we're here, let me just quickly show you. If you were to fly on 01, show you what this side looks like and how much of a cliff drop off there is. And then I'll get a decent little pan shot of you guys on the stands. Got to find a way to like accelerate the speed of chase planes' drone camera, because it takes a right old long time getting anywhere with this. Yes, definitely some weird stutters going on. Look at that. Probably be quite a cool place to go and visit, or like a bucket list destination somewhere in the world that you've never been, the most remote place ever. To then be like, yeah, no, I visited St. Helena for a holiday for a week. How cool would that be? Look at that. Parking on the grass. Love it. Jamestown is there. So Aaron's not too far away. Just depends how he's flying the approach, because hopefully he's just going to kind of go round straight to final. I'd like to watch him if we can. $17,000 feet. See, I'll just visually fly around the island. It's like you've got Elevatex, there we go. You've got this beautiful bit of island here. I'd just go like autopilot off, hand fly the whole thing. Do it visually. Quite cool. A headwind as well that way would help you quite nicely too. He's still pretty high, but then he's in the Avro RJ and that thing can drop like a brick if it wants to. Zero 1, touchdown zone. Here's the cliff. Well done, MPS. Good effort. God, it's taken us all this time to get here. Come on, let's go. You can see here the cliff anyway, hopefully it's making it quite prominent, but look how far it drops off just the other side of that. This huge raised embankment. And it just drops off like 1,000 feet. Into the hostile South Atlantic. Look at that. Pretty phenomenal though. Oh, Liam's off. Where are you going?
Good luck, we're all counting on you.
I was about to ask if that worked.
Do an intersection departure then.
I have no idea what Liam's about to do. I think he's going to try and depart here in the 777. Let's see, where should we position our camera? About here. A321neo would be okay. Aaron's at 10,000 feet. It says he's 20 miles away, so. But it all depends on what sort of approach he's doing. Is he overflying the field? I reckon this is the busiest St. Helena has ever been. 7 arrivals. I know. Where's dot aircraft? That'll be a good little thing for us. Here comes Liam. Shows 12 miles away apparently. Jesus. He's up. No stress. $7,000 feet, so that means he's 6,000 feet to go. 8 miles apparently. It looks like Aaron's going to overfly the airfield, which means I won't be able to watch your touchdown, but we'll get a glimpse of you flying over. He's here somewhere.
I've been 4,000 feet, flying heading 126. St. Helens traffic.
Big thank you to Flight Sim Marshall for your tip earlier on today. Mr. Anderson as well for your super chat. Appreciate all your support, along with all of you guys, gold, silver, bronze, frequent flyers, supporting the channel for many, many months. Some years. Have a good night, Ian. Apparently Aaron's overhead somewhere. There he is. He's a little blob of some seats. Sim Update 5's definitely changed, but there he is. Do a little fly past, look, for the end. There you go. Good luck for you, Aaron. Touching down shortly. I've got to head off. I'm mega late getting helping with dinner. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, what's left of it. If you've got bank holiday, you've got another day to enjoy. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Remember, no stream next weekend. I'll be very busy, double booked. We'll get something else sorted out the week after that. So, yeah, as always, thank you very much. Enjoy the next couple of weeks. And we'll chat over on Discord. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you soon. Take care.